Alright, hello everyone. My name is TranceQuina, and I'm going to be running Final Fantasy X-2 PS2 version. I would like to thank Zelnus for having me be part of this marathon. So, just as a disclaimer, I haven't run this game in nearly 2 years, so it's probably not going to be a very good run. Fortunately, there's not a lot to remember. So, run should finish. So anyways, I'll just give a countdown and we'll get started. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. So we got a 4.5 minute intro. On the PS2 version, you can't skip the FMVs like you can on the PC version. I've never had a copyright claim on a Real Motion or 1,000 Words. Not sure if that's changed in the last year or so, but never had any problems. So after this intro, we have some forced fights. It's not until after the first mission that you get to choose your dress jobs, or dress spheres as they're called in this version. For the first mission, your dress spheres are forced. There's a quick tutorial on how to change dress spheres mid-battle in the last fight. There is a small skip I'm going to do, or at least attempt to do, to skip one fight, or I'm basically just going to move to the side of one room to bypass some goons. Also, for the first 2 chapters of this game, you're going to see a lot of the chain damage mechanic in this game's battle system. That mechanic kind of falls to the wayside once we get to chapter 3, but basically you want to time attacks so that you get bonus damage. Also, for most of the game, we're going to be playing on fast battle speed, but for the last chapter, I am going to change it to slow. And also, in the settings, I'm going to set it so that we can skip the sphere change animations. Although you have to see every sphere change animation the first time you do it. But every time after, you can skip it, kind of like the summon animations in FF10, where you can skip it after the first one. So here we have the first fight, which is against someone who looks like Yuna and 2 goons. On her first turn, she's going to use a move called Ecstasy, which gives the other goons Reagan. If you get good enough ATB, Pain can actually one-shot a goon before she uses it, but if she gets the move off first, which more often than not happens, she can't one-shot him, and then you want to kill her with chain attacks before taking out the goons. In the second fight after this, I'm actually going to try and steal a budget grenade. which I can use for this second mission. But there's a chance I could also get a Phoenix down. I'm also going to steal a few items in a battle later. Or maybe I think it's just one item in that few. Okay, she's using ecstasy. So we want to take her out first. Didn't get the chain there. Sometimes enemy attacks can get in the way of chains, which appears to have happened here. So I'm just going to wait for her to cast her next spell. So I can get the chain there. And she's down. You want to time attacks together so that you can get the bonus damage. If you're lucky, maybe you'll get some crits. Alright, I didn't get the bonus damage, but I still killed it. Also, in this game, you can skip some, but not all of the cutscenes. Okay. This next fight is forced, so you don't even have to move up to it. I'm gonna try and steal a budget grenade from one of these with Riku. Alright, I got the grenade. And then you just one-shot him with pain.
Effortless.
And here I'm gonna attempt to skip a fight on the next screen. Alright, I got the skip. Definitely better to move with analog in this game than D-pad. But you want to use D-pad for menus and in battle. So here I'm gonna... We got Yuna in the party now, and I'm gonna try and steal an item from Logos before killing him.
Where's the imposter?
Ooh. Pain missed. Got the item at least. Change the order of the attacks to make sure I got the chain. And also, Logos has some dialogue when he dies, so there's a bit of delay, which is why I waited before queuing my attacks. 2 damage short. So in this next fight, you're forced to change Yuna from Gunner to Songstress as part of a tutorial. So what we're going to do is have her use Darkness Dance to blind LeBlanc, and then kill her with chain attacks from Riku and Pain. Hopefully we kill her before she can cast Thunder.
But it won't be yours for long, loves.
You're also actually forced to use Darkness Dance as part of the tutorial, which is why we do it. Come on. Ah, I didn't get the Thunder Skip. Oh well. I've seen far worse fan service than X-2. Like, has anyone ever played Hyperdimension Neptunia? So yeah, not all cutscenes can be skipped, but in the cutscenes that can't be skipped, you can usually mash through the dialogue once it completely comes out on the screen. Although some dialogue just cannot be skipped at all. So here you have to talk to Brother in order to advance the game. You can talk to everyone else, but you don't have to if you're not going for 100%. Also, warning for anyone who ever wants to play this game, don't try to do 100%. At least not in a single playthrough. So here to advance the game, you just talk to Brother and then move far enough onto the screen, and then you get the alert to come out. And then what we're gonna do is talk to Shinra and skip one of his tutorials. It's the one about garment grids, and you get a free garment grid, which we're gonna use to increase our damage. And then we're gonna do our first menu of the game.
I know.
Treasure sphere waves.
You pretty much cannot 100% this game without a strategy guide. When I got this game when it came out, and I actually had the Brady's Game guide, which is a very good guide, by the way. It actually has a checklist of all the things you have to do if you want to get 100%
No worries.
in a single playthrough. Literally the only reason I was able to do it. Okay. So what I did in that menu is I put Warrior and Thief on the Vanguard garment grid, and then equipped Yuna and Riku with Thief and Pain with Warrior. We want Pain to start with Warrior because we want her to get enough AP to learn Sentinel, which is an ability we'll be using later in the run. Also, we got a small tutorial on how to climb and jump off ledges or jump down ledges. It's a neat little thing they added that wasn't in FF10. And also, I set Yuna and Riku to learn First Strike. In this game, if you want to learn an ability on a particular dress sphere, you have to set it in advance from the menu. And then while that ability is set, all the AP you get while that dress sphere is equipped is going to go towards that ability. So we set them to First Strike, which for some fights later in Chapter 2 is going to give them the ability to get instant ATB at the start of fights, which will be very important for a few bosses. One boss in particular. But first we have a boss here against LeBlanc, Logos, and Orme. Ideally, we want to kill LeBlanc before she can use Sonic Fan, and since I got the budget grenade steal, I can kill her early if I get the chain. And then we want to steal an item from Logos and Orme, because we need to sell them pretty soon.
Them again.
Nice. Skip Sonic Fan. Alright, I got the item I needed. Oops. Alright, whatever. I'm not targeting the right character. Alright, I got all the items I needed. So, we're on Mount Gagazet, which is one of 2 areas in the run where you can get random encounters. After the next area, we'll have an accessory that allows us to avoid all random encounters while it's equipped.
She's getting hurt.
But yeah, for most of this run, you just don't get random encounters while equipped with that accessory. It's also the reason why I've been stealing items from bosses and why I'm going to be... why I picked up a chest and will be... Well, actually, the next chest I pick up, I don't sell. It's an accessory that I actually use for combat and damage. But the reason I stole those items and picked up that chest is because I need to sell those accessories so that I have enough gil to buy the credits at the agency in the Comlands, which I use to spend on that item that allows me to skip the encounters. There's some forced fights here. In these forced fights, Pain is going to learn the Sentinel ability, after which I'll be able to change her to Thief, like the other 2 characters. All you really have to do for those fights is hold X. Also, you cannot get an encounter while this dialogue is up. So, ideally, you want to have the best movement possible when it's on the screen. This is the hardest screen to get through without an encounter.
This is your lucky day.
Another thing about 10.2 is that escape has 100% success rate, and as long as one character escapes from combat, you can't get a game over. Whereas in FF10, it's possible for them to fail and escape, so you never need flee. Especially since we'd only use it in 2 areas, but basically, escaping from combat in this game is free. As long as your characters can get a turn. So we're coming up on the first major boss. Oh, God, what? Dang it. That can sometimes happen. It's also why in some areas I do use D-pad for movement where I have to climb to avoid jumping off like that. But anyways, this first boss, you're going to see something called the stun lock mechanic, where instead of just holding X and trying to get all the chain attacks like at the same time, we ideally want them like done in a certain rhythm. The idea is that by attacking the boss with our characters, like with precise timing, his ATB is basically stunned, and thus the boss is unable to get a turn. And ideally, we kill him without him getting an attack.
Hi there, creepy clone.
Thank you, Angie Una, for the good luck.
Found it. It's obvious to. Perfect. Well, I.
Brother?
So before going to the next area, I'm actually going to go down to the shop to sell all but one of my accessories, so that I have the gil to buy the credits needed to buy the charm bangle, which is the accessory that allows me to avoid random encounters. And the next area you technically don't have to go to advance the game, but we're going to go to anyway, because that's where we can get the charm bangle. So the next area is the last area where you'll see any random encounters in the run, unless I forget to equip the charm bangle somewhere. Some of these cutscene skips you actually have to do at certain times, and if you wait too long to skip them, you lose the opportunity to skip them.
Jump.
Like some cutscene skips, I actually can't pause and skip until a certain amount of it is played out.
Incoming day.
Oh, forgot that I could skip that. So basically, the areas labeled as hotspots are the areas you're supposed to go to advance the game. But we're going to go to the Calmlands first in order to get the charm bangle accessory. So basically, I just have to get to that that hover over there and talk to the person there. And what I'm going to do is use all the money I got from selling those accessories to buy 510 credits. 500 will be used to buy the charm bangle, and 10 will be used to ride the hover to the travel agency, which is where I'll do a shop to buy 4 wristbands, which I'll be equipping to my party members for extra damage. And then we can use the save point to teleport back to the airship. Okay. Oh, whoops. Black credits first. Almost bought 500, which would have been bad. So then I wouldn't have had enough money for these accessories. Yeah, see, we only have 145 gil left. Gil is pretty tight at the beginning of this run. So normally what the game wants you to do at this point is go to Besaid first, because the enemies are easier, but we're actually going to go to Xanarkand because using the stun lock strategy, we can basically cheese the boss, and it will make the boss fight in Besaid much faster.
This is where we sat. That.
But first I have to equip the Charm Bangle before taking any steps here. Normally I do it in the Calmlands, but I guess I was too busy talking. I always play much worse when I have to do commentary also. Okay. Also, fun fact about this place. You always have to select the second option.
It's good to.
I'm honored.
Why are you?
Ah, yes. I've been helping Sid with his work.
Don't look at me.
I guide people through. People come from up.
Oh.
I can. But this is a place.
I know.
Some of the dialogue skips are actually pretty tight. Ideally, you want to wait for, if it's like 1 or 2 words, you want to wait for them to fill up so that you don't mistime it. Because if you hit it too early, the game won't let you skip it.
You ready? What was the clue again? Come on, it's key.
None of the cutscenes in Xanarkand Ruins are skippable. So, best I can do is mash through dialogue when the game lets me.
Which way? That way.
And there are a lot of times
Yes.
in this mission when the game just doesn't let you skip through the dialogue. Including one very funny comment from Riku.
Deal. It's me, Posse. Well, anyways, this is Hana, and this is Taro. Nice to meet you, Lady Yuna. What are you doing here? There are fiends around. Fiends? Ha! Uh-huh, that's right. We're sphere hunters. The Kindergartens! The Kindergartens! You here on some kind of treasure hunt? So key must be a clue to...
It's actually Yuna that says, Kimon.
Uh-huh, that's right. Shh. We paid 15 whole
You'll hear what Riku says, and how derpy it sounds.
Kindergartens! Move out! See you, Lady Yuna.
15 gil for a clue.
Come in, come in. Oh, hey, nah, it's just that I...
So we got some forced fights coming up. What I'm hoping for is some grenade drops.
Kimon? Monkey!
Monkey! You just hold X for these fights. But ideally, I get some grenades, which will make some fights later a bit faster. I don't know exactly the percentage chance of getting them. But in the next 3 fights and 1 fight in Chapter 2, there's a chance of a grenade drop. And I did not get one. Nice thing about this game is that if you queue an attack on a target and the target gets killed by an earlier attack, even if the character already started their attack animation on them, they'll move over to the next target. But I think that's only with physical attacks. That doesn't apply to magic. Which can be an issue later. Because eventually we're going to start using black magic as our primary method of damage. No grenade. Want to know one nice thing about X-2? You can go through these Cloisters of Trials without having to do stupid puzzles. You can literally walk through the Bavel Trials instead of having to ride through them and miss the platform. Yeah, no grenade. Feels bad, man. Just gonna talk to Sid here and tell him that we don't like how he's turned Zanarkand Ruins into a theme park. Even though it was such an evil place that led to the deaths of so many innocent summoners, we still feel it's too sacred. Like, seriously, wouldn't we want people to forget about the whole final summoning? Also, you gotta talk to this guy here, because otherwise the monkeys won't let you move. Or maybe it's they will let you move, but they take your money or something, or take an item. Or both. Now we're gonna play a little game of trivia with the Saru. You can literally just pick any option. And the game advances, so we're just gonna pick the first. I don't think any option is faster than the others.
Oh, I know. The password is monkey.
Or at least the first option isn't slower. Maybe the other option, one of the other options is actually very slow.
What? The call.
Yeah, it looks like some of the dialogue is actually pretty long. Fortunately, the first option is very fast.
Wait a minute. This voice sounds
So,
familiar.
for the next boss, normally the game expects you to be fairly high level for it, because the game kind of expected you to do a lot of the optional missions. Even if you weren't going for 100%, the game kind of expected you to grind a bit. But using the stunlock technique that you saw me use in the first boss, we're going to prevent the boss from getting any attacks by timing our thief attacks correctly. The timing I use is I wait for the damage numbers to disappear And I don't even look at the command boxes for each character. I just look at the damage numbers, and when I see them disappear, I just press X twice, and it works.
X-summoners come in all flavors.
For the last boss in Chapter 1, you have to pay a little more attention. You also have to pay attention to the ATB gauges, because sometimes, because it's harder to stun lock him, and sometimes he'll use an attack
There should still be a
that
sphere
freezes the ATB, and if a character has full ATB, it will
nearby. Again.
cut it in half. You're also going to see me doing a lot of saving before bosses in this run, as well as before a particular minigame that I have to do first try. Because if I don't do it first try, I don't get a certain accessory that I need, and a lot of the bosses can just kill you if they want to.
Think we need a password?
How about kick its ass?
This is getting old.
The timing for Pain's attacks is a bit different because she attacks both times simultaneously, so you have to keep that in mind with the timing. Really, the only way this fight can go faster is if you get crits. You're just kind of hoping for crits here, but otherwise, fight strategy is the same every run. As long as you keep the chain. And it's dead. Since we beat that boss first, the boss in the next area is gonna be much faster because we're higher level.
All that for nothing.
Well, it can't hurt to take it with us.
I can't believe how much this place has changed.
We also got an amulet from that fight, which we're going to be using later for more magical damage. Okay. So now we're going to go to Besaid. And we're coming up on one of the biggest run killers for PB attempts, and I don't mean the boss. The boss is easy. This game has a little minigame called the Cipher Code, where basically what the game wants you to do is go to
This must be
4 different
This is the first
areas in Besaid, and in each of those 4 areas there is a number that the game gives you, and then you're supposed to use those numbers to open a lock to the cave where the boss is. 3 of them we are going to get, but one of them is a bit more out of the way and even gives you a little more dialogue to get to. So we're actually going to skip one of the cipher numbers, and then once we have the other 3, we're just going to guess that last cipher code. So you could either get it first try, or it could take you 10 tries.
something seems a little off.
So take your guesses on how many tries it's going to take me to get the code.
Have you found it? Since you've come up.
Three, 4, 6. You actually have to wait for Lulu to come in here. It's still faster to run over to the tent than to literally wait for her to move in because she just moves so slow.
Good morning.
Ooh, Vesta's faith. Or wait, are you guys guessing the number that it's gonna be? Alright. Well, in that case, Vesta has a lot of faith that it's gonna be first try. The game actually tells you where the code numbers are on the mini-map in the top left. Like, figuring out where to go in this game is not that hard. Like, you'll notice there's a purple box in the map. That's where the codes are.
We're fine.
There are also times when the game gives you a red arrow in the map, literally pointing in the direction. One of my criticisms of Final Fantasy X is that I think the game is a bit too easy. Like, the game literally has that red arrow at all times telling you where to go. In this game, sometimes you get the red arrow and sometimes you don't. Like here, you don't get the red arrow. Also, in some places like the next dungeon I'm about to go into, it's better to follow on the minimap than on screen because it's really dark and hard to see where to go or where you're going. Alright, time to guess the cipher code. Got some marathon luck here. Well, if you guessed 8, you were right. 5th try.
Nothing wrong.
You guessed tries? Well, you were wrong anyway. Like here it's pretty dark, so I'm actually using the mini-map to navigate. This next boss is basically free. You just hold the X button and win. Ugh. Just running into a wall there. But in some areas like this one, you have to kind of jump across pillars. And you gotta be facing a certain direction to do it, while holding the circle button. This boss, like, he uses a few physicals and a flamethrower, but pretty much a free fight. Like, just hold the X button and you'll get the chains. Helps that we got the extra levels from that other mission. because otherwise that attack could probably one-shot a character. I've actually never seen a character die in that fight. I've always wondered what would happen if if Focus fired one. Yuna was dangerously close. Now we're also going to get the white mage dress sphere, which we're never going to use in combat. I'll use it once outside of combat to heal the party, when it's more convenient to do instead of using items, but otherwise you're never going to see it. I think it's actually the only dress sphere you're required to get in the game that isn't used in combat in the speedrun.
Find anything?
So we're coming up on the last mission of Chapter 1.
I'm going to beat.
And the boss of that mission is the first boss that can actually kill you
Just how it should.
through no fault of your own. Like, the game can just say no. So I will be saving.
You read me? You guys about...
Yeah.
That last dialogue from Brother requires some precise timing. But now that I've learned that you have to wait until all of the text has displayed before skipping it, it's easier to time rather than just mashing the X button. So here, once you've done those two missions, the game forces you to go to the last one.
God wings! The wing! Cudino!
So this next area requires very specific navigation through the forest in order to proceed. You also have to go to like the top corner, and ideally you're supposed to watch the cutscene where it gives you a hint on how to get past the guards. But obviously we're gonna skip that because I know what I have to do. And you absolutely need to do this correctly, because by picking all the correct options, you get a very important garment grid for Pain called Menace of the Deep. It has the Wateraga spell, which is going to be our main method of damage throughout the speedrun. The game actually lets you get this garment grid very early, and it gives you a very powerful spell, which you can only use if you've changed through all the dress spheres on the garment grid. Luckily, that's pretty easy. So you're going to see me doing a lot of sphere changing with Pain, and then later with Yuna and Riku, because those sphere changes are going to enable Pain to use the Wateraga spell. It also has Water Eater, which lets her absorb water damage, which can be helpful at times, especially late in the run. We can actually cast water on herself in order to heal, which is a little faster and requires less ATB, which is very important. ATB management will be very important later when we start using the ATB weight mechanic, which if you've seen a Final Fantasy speedrun, you're probably familiar with. But we've got a bit more time until that comes into play. That basically becomes the main combat mechanic used once we're done with stun locking and chaining. So here, I'm just going to pick the second option. And I have the correct options memorized. It's 1, 4, 1, 4, 4. First choice, fourth choice, first choice, fourth choice, fourth choice. But first, I'm going to save my game. And not just because I could possibly make a mistake there, but because this next boss could kill me. Like, there's no backup if you mess this up. Your run just dies. Pretty sure if you make a mistake, you can't get the garment grid. I know if you mess up a minigame later, you can't get a certain accessory, because you have to do that first try. And there's our garment grid. This next boss can be a pain to stun lock. Sometimes he usually gets the first attack off, and you have to kind of watch his movements to time it. If you lose the chain, it's really bad. You really want to get crits, because it helps with the stun lock. So I'm just going to wait for him to finish that attack, just to make sure I get this timing correctly. Oop. That's not good. Sometimes your character position can also be a problem. I think the oh, no, this is not good. Alright. Alright. He was kind of far, because I waited for him to, yeah, Yuna's not close to the enemy. That's a problem. Getting some crits now. I think the battle positions of characters can be random in some cases. Oh boy. Alright. We got him.
How you like that?
Not bad at all. Just what do you think you're doing?
Actually, we're sphere hunters.
So,
And that's chapter 1. So at the start of chapter 2, we have this really dumb minigame that we have to do. Basically, you have to push 3 musicians into an elevator, and they all have to fit. Sometimes if you put them in bad spots, the minigame will soft lock, and then you have to talk to the Hypello and do the minigame again, because you literally have to do this minigame to complete the game, because 10-2 logic. If you're running the Japanese version, you would also have to get Tobly into the elevator, which is really difficult, because the Japanese version uses the catnip accessory, since you can get it very early. In the PS2 version, they swapped that accessory with another one in Chapter 5, so now you can't get the catnip unless you do the game's super dungeon in Chapter 5. Oh, I have to talk to him first.
Sphere analysis go.
It's just a regular movie.
If you've seen a Japanese run of this game, it's crazy. There's much less RNG, because they can just destroy everything with catnip and trigger happy with the gunner. But they made it harder to get in the English version. Did I say PS2? I meant they made it harder to get in the English version, because they put it in Via Infinito, the game's super dungeon in Chapter 5. And in the HD version, they completely nerfed the item. By giving whoever has it equipped has auto berserk and auto slow. And so it takes way too long to get that catnip accessory, so we don't get it in the speedrun. So, since we don't need the item that you can get for pushing Tobly in this version, we don't have to push him in, we just have to push in the other musicians.
Wings, fronte,
See, sometimes the musicians will just move out of the way. Oh, that's dumb. Uh-oh. That is super dumb. That it wouldn't go in. Hopefully I can get the other guy in now. Such a dumb minigame. Yep, can't get him in. Have to do it again. This minigame is stupid. You just talk to Barkeep, and you can do it again. Thankfully, it's not a soft lock of the whole game. I'm pushing you in first this time. I don't like that spot. God. Alright, so now we got some cutscenes. First two I can't skip. And then after that, the game forces you to make a choice of siding with the Youth League or siding with New Yevon. If you were for some reason attempting 100% completion in a single playthrough, you would have to pick the Youth League. But if you're not attempting 100%, it's faster to choose New Yevon, because if you side with the Youth League, in the last mission of Chapter 2, when you have to go to Bavel, you have to fight some extra battles against New Yevon guards because they don't like you. But if you side with New Yevon, they allow you to use their method of transportation. So, to give the sphere to the New Yevon, I have to select the second option when I get to all the locations. Okay, I guess I'll just mention this right now.
New Yevon.
But they usually
Oh, that's right. I can skip this. See, I'm rusty with this game. At least I picked the right option there. But anyways, this game has this weird thing where if you're holding a direction on the D-pad or the analog during a loading zone, the game will often not let you go into the direction, move in the direction you want to move. Instead, it will move you in a different direction. So when you want to move on a, when you know that you're going to be moving on a screen, you actually have to wait for the fade out or fade in. You have to wait until you can see Yuna before you start moving to make sure you go in the right direction. But basically, what happens now is the sphere that we found in Zanarkand Ruins has been stolen by LeBlanc, and we want to get it back. But to do that, we have to sneak into her headquarters, and so we need 3 uniforms. This is like the one part of the game, the main story, that the game doesn't really give you much leads on where to go. You kind of just have to explore all the locations until you find 3 sets of goons, and then battle them and steal their uniforms. Going to be picking up some items here. Remedies will be kind of important later because some bosses can inflict status effects, and I'm going to also pick up some Phoenix Downs for marathon safety. Fun fact, those chests refill in every single chapter of the game, and since the game starts you in that room here, it's not really much of a time expense to pick them up. So first we're going to go to Gagazet. Ugh. Input lag. Say hi to Kamari, because you're not going to see him again.
Sorry.
Bye, Kamari. Fun fact, there is an alternative path you can take here that gives you a hot tub cutscene, which if you were going for 100%, you would need to watch, but sadly I'm a speedrunner, so I don't got time for that. And this is any percent. So we're going to be skipping that cutscene.
no wonder.
Also, I think the reason we get this uniform first is because Ormi is the only boss in Chapter 2 that you can stun lock. The others we're going to be using Wataraga for. And also, I think he drops one of the accessories that we need for the other bosses. And then we're going to do Jose, because we actually have to go to Jose anyway in order to get a letter from Gipple, which allows us to dig in Bicknell Desert, and you actually have to get that letter and be able to dig in order to get that last uniform and progress through the game. You can get the letter in Chapter 1, which you would do if you were doing 100%, but even in a normal playthrough, you have to get the letter. And if you didn't get it in Chapter 1, you got to get it in Chapter 2. But since we have to go to Jose anyway for one of the uniforms, it's just convenient to talk to Gipple then. first we're gonna fight Ormy here. The last boss we're gonna stun lock with thieves.
Look out!
And then I have one other fight where I have one last chance to get a grenade. You actually want to wait for him to do an attack before you start the stun lock. This next fight is one of the fights where if I had a grenade, I could just throw it and kill a lot of the goons instantly. Yeah, that's the other accessory I need, the Beaded Brooch. Beaded Brooch makes Pain immune to silence, I think. But since I don't have a grenade, I'm just gonna have to kill with physicals.
Great!
So it's a little bit slower. And we got full auto. Well, Pain's not going to be a thief anymore. And when we get to the next area. And, Yuna and Riku will change in the last dungeon of Chapter 2. So first we have to talk to Gipple and get that letter so that we can go to Bicknell later, and then we're going to get the next uniform. Also, important menu I have to do here. Kind of have to just wait a few seconds to make the NPCs move through the line. You can also force them to move by talking to NPCs. So I'm going to be talking to 2 of them here to make it go a little faster. But yeah, basically what I did in that menu is I set up that Menace of the Deep garment grid I got at the end of Chapter 1 and equipped it on Pain along with the Black Magic dress sphere, which is going to be Pain's default dress sphere for the rest of the run. You're going to see her change through the entire garment grid because you actually have to go through all the nodes. Well, actually, there is one other dress sphere we're going to be using. That we're going to be using Warrior for a few fights. Or at least one. Maybe another. Or a few more. Actually, at least 2 I'm going to be switching her to. One for the whole fight and one for the end. Possibly a third. If I can't get a certain attack skip. But for most of the rest of the run, she's Black Mage. And we're going to be having her cast Water Aga. Also, set her to learn Focus, which if you've played a Final Fantasy game, allows you to increase your magical damage. And in this particular game, if a character is knocked out, they lose all their focus buffs, so that can be a problem later in the run when Pain is very vulnerable to getting killed. She can literally just lose all her focus buffs, and I would have to redo them. And in some cases, it could lead to a game over. In FF9, if Vivi gets killed after using Focus, Vivi keeps all of his focus buffs when you revive him. But that is not the case in X-2.
We gotta find that sphere. Let's find.
Someone's trying to.
So next we have a fight with Logos and Ormi. I saved because you can die to it. It's pretty rare, but it's a marathon, so I have to play it safe. We're also going to pick up a special dress sphere, which we're never going to use. Never really found much use for special dress spheres in this game. It was meant to be like the replacement for Aeons, but they require a lot of grinding to get to become actually useful. And we got no time for that. Not to mention that if the character gets killed, you lose it, and then they start killed when your other party members return. So first what I have to do is I have to switch Pain through the entire garment grid, and that enables her to use Wateraga, and then I can start casting with her. Since this is the first time I'm going through her garment grid, you're gonna see all of these sphere change animations, but after this fight, you won't see her change through the dress spheres anymore. It'll be instant, because I have that setting enabled.
You're no challenge. Just target practice.
Party is such sweet.
Wow, that didn't kill the stupid thing. I don't know how that goon survived. Maybe I didn't get the chain. If you die in this fight, it's usually because Logos and or Ormi kill Pain.
Time to teach you a thing or two about black magic.
Wow. She must have been, like, just a little damage short. They only needed one attack. Dang it. This is something that can happen where, they just get attacks off and it messes up with the chain timing. Still got the chain. Alright. Oh boy. This isn't good. Wow. And some attacks will put the game into wait mode. That's another thing I did in the menu, is I switched from active to wait. We start the game in active mode because it's what makes the stun lock possible. Alright, well. Yuna's now missing experience.
Let's put that behind us.
But I think she can miss experience on one fight and still get to the required level for maximum Charon damage later. It's only 170. She'll still have enough, as long as she doesn't die on anything else. It's Riku and Pain who have the very tight experience roots. Because since we don't fight any random encounters, all of our experience comes from forced fights, which makes the EXP route very tight, because if a character in this game is dead at the end of battle, they don't get experience. And unlike earlier Final Fantasy games, the experience that they would have gotten does not go to your other party members. It's just if they're dead, they miss out on EXP. It doesn't give the other party members more EXP.
I'm busy, so make it.
I believe FF9 was the last game that gave other party members more EXP
My summoner's hard up too. Well, don't be
if they were dead at the end of battle.
right. We'll send you out there by hover. Go talk to the pilot about it.
Here I actually have to move away from her
Before you start digging,
for her to tell me that, oh, something strange is happening. You should go investigate. And this is why we need the letter, because this investigation is what gets us the last uniform. And for some reason, there's like a delay after talking to this guy before you can talk to him again and select the mission. Does FF10 actually give extra AP to other party members if your current party members are knocked out? I know one change they made is that if you escape from a fight after killing some enemies, you actually get the AP from those particular enemies you killed. Whereas in earlier games, you had to finish the fight to get any experience or AP. Yeah, I don't think so. Also, in FF10, every character has to take an action in order to get AP. Alright. Gonna try and steal a Mega Potion from Logos.
all I need is my soul.
Alright. Got the Mega Potion. Oh! Used a Flash Bomb.
Hold your breath.
Ooh, they didn't miss. Ideally, if he's going to use a grenade, you want him to use a silence grenade, because Pain is immune to it, since she has the Beat Brooch equipped. And silence doesn't matter for Yuna and Riku, but you don't want the Flash Bomb because it blinds them. So we just got the last uniform. Alright, so I'm going to save when I get to the next area, because I have to do an infamous minigame correctly on my first attempt. Getting this minigame done first try gets you the gold hairpin, which halves the MP cost of all spells, which is very important for the run because we use it to conserve Pain's MP so that she has enough MP to cast Wateraga in all the boss fights. But I have to do it first try. If you mess it up and do it correctly after, you don't get the item. So this is where a lot of runs die in PB attempts, but this run won't die because I'm saving.
Where we at?
You ever seen this minigame? If you've never seen this minigame, you're in for a treat. you get to see how ridiculous this game can be. Although it's still better than the... I think it's still better than the stupid pushing into the elevator minigame. Just because it's designed a little better. So basically we have to give LeBlanc a massage. Because these two guys are ordering us to. And we're disguised as goons. And we don't want to lose our cover. And basically we have to fulfill her satisfaction quota of 32 in 15 turns or less. By just finding hearts and getting score in 9 boxes. Where they are is completely random. You can't manipulate it. Red hearts give you 5. Yellow gives you 2. Green gives you 1. And blue gives you nothing. So basically how I do this is I pick one of the middle side boxes. And if there's nothing, I can tell. Like, if there's nothing there, I know it's either the... Like, I'm going to pick this one, the left. Oh, it was correct. Alright, so I know it's either the top left or the top right. Alright. I think, I know where it is.
That's nice.
Alright, I have to pick another one.
Not there.
Alright, we're fine.
That's nice.
First try. That's not even the best minigame. The best minigame of this run happens in Chapter 4.
We'll just, in the meantime...
For all the wrong reasons. You can't move through those guys. You actually have to move around them. Alright, so... For some reason, the Gullwings decide to just take off their uniforms, even though we don't have the spear yet. And surprise, we get caught. So first we have a fight against Ormy. Yeah, oh yeah, I can skip. I forgot if I could skip this. This is the next one you can't skip. I actually want to leave one of these goons alive, because if both of them are dead, he can use a pretty dangerous attack called Huggles, which one-shots a character. Because Ormy is a really bad hugger.
All I need is my soul.
That was not a good chain. This attack with the shield actually can't kill you. It's a gravity attack.
Hold your breath.
Nice, I got the chain. Alright. So I'm just going to use the save point to heal. In this game, much like FF10, the save points heal you for free. That's why you don't see me switching to white mage and healing much in this run. And why it's also not much of a time loss to take safety saves in marathon runs, because a lot of the time you have to hit the save spheres anyway for the heals. Okay. So I just equipped the gold hairpin that I got for doing that minigame first try. And I also equipped the Lure Bracer on Yuno, which increases damage, and normally it would increase the amount of random encounters you get, but since we also have the Charm Bangle equipped, we don't get random encounters. The Charm Bangle overrules the Lure Bracer in that regard, so we can just take advantage of the damage boost we get from the Lure Bracer.
Only naughty girl.
So here I have to fight Logos and Ormi. And in this fight, Logos can use a stupid attack called Russian Roulette, which does a random status effect. So hopefully I don't get that attack. That's why we want to kill Logos first. And we definitely want to kill Logos first in the next fight for a different reason. Stupid game. Like, the worst thing that can happen in this run is Pain getting killed. Get a potioner also.
Feel like taking a spin?
You could use a bath.
Wow, I didn't get the timing for that. Well, I have to revive Yuna here because she already missed experience on another fight. Which really sucks. Oh, here comes Huggles, and I think it's targeting Pain.
How about a big
You don't want your hugs, Ormi. Oh, it's targeting Riku. Riku has an even tighter EXP route than Yuna does. You don't want her to die on any fight. Nice! Alright! That was clutch. So the next and last fight here is against all three of our main enemies up to this point, Logos, Ormi, and LeBlanc. And for that fight, we need to kill Logos as soon as possible. We choose Logos because he has the lowest HP of the three, and we can kill him with chain attacks and chaining a Wateraga on him. It's also why First Strike is so important. Because after a certain amount of turns pass in that fight, LeBlanc, Logos, and Ormi will use a joint attack called No Love Lost. And if they get that attack off, you're probably dead. Because we're pretty underleveled for what the game expects you to be at this point in the run. Also, apparently to progress in this game, you have to run right into spikes. After setting off two switches that cause that booby trap, because that lets you activate this switch, which lets you activate the one that opens the door to the sphere we're looking for. But yeah, we gotta kill Logos as soon as possible. If I get No Love Lost, I can't actually do a soft reset during the attack animation. During certain attack animations, the game doesn't let you soft reset, so I would have to wait before deciding whether or not to reset. Also, obviously, for that reason, I'm going to save here. And even if this was a PV attempt, I would need to heal anyway. Also, I think on the second turn, LeBlanc will use Not So Mighty Guard, which halves all the damage you do. So, we want to get as much damage before she casts that as soon as possible.
I went through a lot of trouble.
So don't.
Yes, boss.
Time to clobber the robber.
So, who wants to be my first target?
Well, they better not kill Pain. There it is, Not So Mighty Guard. And we're probably dead now. Because they decided to kill Pain. Also, you know when No Love Lost is coming, because once they cue the attack, they become immune to all damage. But yeah, that was just bad luck. There was nothing I could do. It's one of the biggest run killers of 10-2. One of the reasons why I don't run this game regularly anymore.
I went through a lot of trouble getting...
So don't.
Yes, boss.
It's a good thing I reset before they cue the attack, though, because otherwise I would have lost more time.
Time to clobber the robber.
Oh, the focus fire on Pain.
So, who wants to be my first target?
Parting is such sweet sorrow.
Also, attacks can miss Logos, which can be really bad. Ugh. We got him. Alright, now we want to take out LeBlanc because she can use Mach Fan, which is another nasty attack. Also, the Not So Mighty Guard causes LeBlanc and Ormy to recover HP periodically. You can still die to this fight after Logos is killed if they kill Pain and Troll.
Get your act together!
And if the fight goes a certain amount of turns, and Ormy's the only one left, he can use this really bad attack called Concussion Blast that is pretty much game over. Alright.
Here, catch!
Yeah. Chaining damage is really important for these fights. Sometimes it can be hard to time them. Ugh. Alright. Second try.
No one's gonna hear. Wait a second. Please.
So now that we've kicked their asses so many times, LeBlanc and her goons are gonna buddy-buddy with us. She tells us that there's this huge machina underneath Bavel called Vegnagun that is a threat to all of Spira. And LeBlanc has this huge crush on Nuge, who wants to destroy Vegnagun. So that's why she wants to destroy it, and she wants us to help. And you know Yuna, she's a goody two-shoes, so she just goes along with it. But yeah, coming up is the last area of Chapter 2, Bavel. And you're going to see why I picked Yu Yevon at the beginning of the chapter. Because they're going to let me ride, I don't know what they call it, but some sort of method of transportation that lets you go across that long path really fast. Whereas if you picked Youth League, you would have to fight your way through.
Don't be silly, love.
Sin is gone. The eternal calm. I really...
It's obvious. We nab the head honcho. Then we make...
I got no problem with this.
A girly man like that doesn't stand a chance without his escort.
Careful. He's much stronger than he looks. Come.
Who goes there? Oh, the High Summoner! Please, forgive my rudeness.
So what I'm going to do next is basically walk through the Bavel Cloister of Trials. And as I walk through, I'm going to have 3 fights. Pretty basic fights. Where we just attack with Yuna and Riku and have Pain cast either Blizzard or Fire. We don't need to use Water Aga on those fights, which is nice because that means I don't have to Sphere Change Pain. It's possible in the first fight with the Blue Flan that we can get 1 or 2 Arctic Winds, which can be used to make the third fight faster, because the enemies are weak to ice. Also in the second fight, the enemies we fight can inflict a status effect called Pointless, which is kind of like Virus in FF9, where if a character has it, they don't get any experience. Although if they get the status after an enemy is killed, they still get experience for that enemy. So sometimes they'll just get half experience. Luckily, the experience you get from that fight is pretty minor. And usually not a difference maker, although it could be on Yuna now. Because she died on that boss. And in the last fight, the enemies can inflict poison. I think they can technically inflict it in the first fight since you fight the same thing. But I don't know if I've ever seen it happen. No Arctic Wind. These are the enemies that can inflict pointless.
Ice, ice, baby.
They can also inflict slow. There it is, pointless, and it was on Yuna. Oh,
Ice, ice, baby.
but we killed one of them. So she should still get half experience.
Nice knowing you.
Forget if, yeah, I'm actually gonna use a remedy, because it doesn't go away after battle. And I don't want her to miss experience on the next fight, because she already missed EXP earlier. This is the fight where you would use the Arctic Wind if you had it.
Bring it, punk. Am I cold? Take that!
And nice, I got my remedy back. I made the right choice. So there's a save point here that I'm going to take. Not only to heal, but to save, because we got some more forced fights coming up. And it is possible to game over on these if they troll pain and you run out of Phoenix Downs. I've had it happen before. So basically, what you have to do here is you slide down a chain to this circular area. You get a forced fight, which you have to kill, and then the game wants you to unlock the door to the next area by selecting 3 doors that the game doesn't really hint at. Basically, 3 doors are correct, and 3 doors are traps that if you select them, you get a really difficult enemy that would likely kill you, especially in the speedrun. Basically, it's a version of the Chapter 1 boss with really high defense and really high strength. When you select the correct doors, you still have to fight a version of the Chapter 1 boss, but it's a lot easier. You can actually kill it. But first, we have to kill these 2 Machina. And for these fights, I actually have to switch paint around and use Water Aga. Ugh. This is the only time you're gonna see me use white mage in any form. I'm just gonna go into the menu and use the white magic command to heal all my party members. You can do it with any character, because it instantly changes them to white mage for that one menu and then switches them back. These are the enemies that can just kill Pain if you're unlucky. If you get the chain, you shouldn't need more than one Wataraga to kill those things. They can also drop wristbands, which you can sell for extra money later. I am going to be doing one more shop at the beginning of Chapter 3, where I sell all of my accessories, with the exception of an extra charm bangle that I got from the Logos Ormi and LeBlanc fight, because that only sells for 10 gil, and if you have an extra charm bangle, you can do an extra menu that makes Chapter 3 a little safer. But basically, in that shop menu, I'm going to sell everything I don't need, and then use it to buy 4 accessories, or 4 of the same accessory that I do need, as well as a lot of high potions and Phoenix Downs. Dang it. Oh boy. Alright. I actually don't need to heal before this next boss, because this next boss doesn't actually do anything that can do actual damage to you. Basically, what it can do is inflict poison, and it can inflict death. Poison isn't really enough of a threat, and death is just going to one-shot a character anyway. It can also, the worst thing it can do is cast slow, which just slows everything down. But otherwise, we're just going to use chain attacks with Thief and Black Mage. This is the last time you're going to see Thief in combat, because after this fight, I'm going to be switching Yuna and Riku to a new dress sphere that I'm about to get. Okay, it can use a thing that can damage you. Drain. So yeah, I guess if Pain was really low, you should probably heal her. But this attack, Demi can't do any damage because it's a gravity. It always does a percentage of your max HP. Still not dead. Yeah, I didn't think I needed another spell. Also, if you haven't noticed, a lot of the bosses in this game are just palette swaps of bosses from FF10. That was a palette swap of Spectral Keeper that you fought in Xanarkand. And the boss we fought in Xanarkand in 10-2 was a palette swap of one of the bosses you fight, Mount Gagazet in FF10. Because the designers felt it was just so much easier and cost-effective to reuse the same monster models. So coming up soon, there's another mini-game that is optional, but in the speedrun we have to do it because it allows us to get a very important accessory for Pain called the ring. What the ring does is it reduces a character's max HP by a certain percentage. I don't know how much. At least 50. And it also inflicts auto poison. I don't think it inflicts slow. No. In fact, it does quite the opposite. Yeah, it reduces their it reduces their max HP to like a fraction of what it normally is, and inflicts auto poison, but it makes them cast spells very fast. Like, you may have noticed in that last boss fight, Pain learned Black Magic level 2. Basically what that does is it allows her to have less casting time for her spells, because in this game there's two types of ATB. There's the normal ATB that fills up when you use like a certain command, like an item or an attack. But when you cast a spell, there's a different type of ATB called the casting gauge, which fills up after you cue the spell, and when it fills up, the spell actually happens. If you use an item, there's actually both the casting gauge and the normal gauge, which can be a problem later when we actually have to use items. But basically, that ring accessory allows me to cast spells very quickly. It's like a Black Magic level 4, and once I learn Black Magic level 3, Pain will be able to cast spells instantly with no charge time, because that combined with the ring gives you instant spell cast. But to get it, I have to do this platform minigame a very specific way. Basically, at certain times when these pillars move, you have to tell Riku to land on the switch, and if you don't time it correctly, the pillars don't end up in the right spots.
Riku, go ahead. Coming.
So here I want to wait for the pillars to actually move before I press square. So now that they've moved, that's when I press square. For the next one, it's the same thing, but it's going to move like immediately after I give the order. And then for the last one, which is after I get the ring accessory, I just press it immediately. It sets it so I can get back to... What? Oh, gosh. Oh, dear. Well, I went down the wrong one. I have to, like, wait for it to... Oh gosh, this is bad. I haven't saved since before that LeBlanc fight. Well, actually, no, I saved before those fights here. Oh dear. I don't know if I can still hit this. I'm going to see if I can respawn it, and if not, then I'm just going to have to reset and redo those fights. Because I actually fell off before I got the item. I don't know why I went down the wrong one. don't think it lets you go back up. Yeah, it's a reset, unfortunately. So I have to redo those fights again. It's never happened before. Luckily, I'm not that far back.
Let's go.
Yeah, sorry, I had to reset. That item is just way too important. I don't even think there was a save point I could have used. The next save point is the one before Barrel Eye. Luckily, you only need one Water Aga chain. And they die. Oh, I don't think I got the chain. We have to cast it again. Thank goodness for the miss. Oh, I got Black Magic level 2 early this time. At least some good came out of it. Because it means I might learn Faraga in an earlier fight. That doesn't happen until Chapter 5. And we're about like 20 minutes behind where I would be in a serious run on this boss. In large part because of that mess up. Also, I didn't mention this earlier because I was talking about the ring accessory, but the chest I get before I get to that minigame is the Downtrotter Garment Grid, which, when you switch through all the nodes, doubles a character's max HP, and that's going to be very important for the rest of the run, because pretty soon after I get the ring, I'm going to get the Dark Knight Dress Sphere, which has the Charon ability. What Charon does is it basically self-destructs a character, removes them from battle completely. They can't be revived, but it damages a target equal to double the character's max HP. And by going through that Downtrotter Garment Grid, going through all the nodes, you double Yuna and Riku's max HP, and then you do double that max HP in damage. So it's basically going to damage enemies and bosses equal to 4 times Yuna and Riku's normal max HP. Which, by the end of the run, we want to be quad 9 damage. Which is why it's pretty important that Yuna and Riku are level 32 by the end of the run. If they're under-leveled, they won't do quad 9, and you may have to cast extra spells with pain. Riku, in particular, for some reason, has a very tight EXP route. Like, if she misses EXP on even one boss, she can be under-leveled. Yuna, I think, can miss experience on 1, which is why I think she'll be level 32. But now I gotta focus, so I don't have to reset and likely mercy kill the run if I... or use a backup save if I mess this up again. Yeah, I think the game just doesn't let you go back up if you jump off, which is why I wasn't able to get back on. I've never made that mistake before.
Riku, go ahead.
I believe this is the right one. Yeah, this is definitely the right one. Oh, I didn't press square. Ugh, I gotta do it again. I'm gonna wait for this next one to come. Or maybe I have to wait for the one after. Try this. Nope.
Rick, you got it.
Okay, this is not the right one. So this is why it's so important to do this correctly. Got the ring!
Riku, go ahead. Coming.
Alright, we can finally move on. Only took me about 20 minutes to do that correctly. So here you just want to move on to the right hovers and activate these switches, which raises the pillars that leads to the Dark Knight dress sphere. And then after that, I do a menu where I equip Yuna and Riku with Dark Knight. And then we have Barreleye, who can be a pain. One thing about Barreleye is that his boss AI follows a pattern. He always opens with, like, I think 2 physical attacks on random targets. Hopefully he doesn't focus fire pain. And then he always uses glint, which is a multi-target attack. And then he'll do 4 physicals. Oops. And then I think he uses Looming Glacier, which inflicts stop. And then after that, if the fight goes that long, he uses Demi, which can't kill you. And then I think the pattern repeats itself. Wait, what? That's not right. We're gonna equip Uniriku with Downtrotter and Dark Knight and equip Pain with that ring that took me forever to get. Oops. Hold on. Replaced the wrong accessory. And also very important that I immediately set them to learn Charon, because we want them to learn Charon at the end of the Bahamut fight so that we can use it in the Chapter 3 fights. Sometimes on those ledges you don't have to hold jump, you'll just kind of fall onto them, but a lot of the time you actually have to jump or else Yuna kind of trips and you just lose a few seconds. So what I'm actually going to do is during Pain's sphere change, I'm actually going to leave her in Warrior until he uses Glint and then queue up a high potion or a potion. Actually, probably should wait until she does the sphere change to make sure that the item doesn't get used too early. Of course. If you're lucky, you can actually chain an attack with one of the knights. Along with... You can chain one of the Dark Knight attacks and Wataraga and kill him with just 2 spells. But I don't think that's happening now. Yeah, I can't really take that chance. And also, this is the first of the ATB wait mechanic that you're going to see. Basically, once Pain's magic gauge has filled up, I'm going to go into a submenu with one of the other characters. And remain in that submenu until she's done casting the spell. And then once she's done once the damage numbers have disappeared, I exit the menu and queue another spell, and then go back into a submenu. And what it does is it prevents enemies from getting ATB during spell animations. It's going to be pretty important for this fight because ideally, I mean, you can't really lose to this fight because for whatever reason, this boss never attacks Pain with a physical. What it can do is use Impulse, which is what we want to skip. But Impulse can't kill you either, I think, for some reason. I think it may only do, like, a percentage of damage. But ideally, we want to chain a few Dark Knight attacks with Pain's Wataraga spells, but he also... Bahamut also opens with Curse, which can make that a problem if it uses Curse on Pain, which it didn't. Curse is a status effect that prevents a character from switching dress spheres, which is obviously what we need to do. I don't think I'm getting the skip. Nope. Yeah. What messed me up there was the fact that I had to use items at the end of the last fight. And since I have the game set to memory cursor, it saves where the cursor is until you queue another action, including subsequent battles. It's not just for that battle in this game. It remembers what your last command was. And so that kind of messed up with the timing. But basically, if you can chain 2 black Dark Knight attacks with 2 Wataragas, and to do it, you have to hit the Dark Knight attack first, so that the Wataraga gets the bonus damage. And if you can do that twice, while holding ATB weight with the other Dark Knight, you can kill Bahamut before it can even use Impulse. But because I had to move up the battle menu while queuing the attack, I ended up getting the Dark Knight attacks hit after Wataraga hit, so it was the Dark Knight attack that got the bonus damage, which basically is no bonus damage compared to Wataraga.
This isn't how it was supposed to be. The eternal calm. I can feel it crumbling, falling away from beneath our feet.
Also, at the end of that fight, Yuna and Riku learned Charon. Which is going to be very important for the rest of the run. So what we have to do now in Chapter 3 is basically go to a bunch of temples and kill a bunch of Aeons. But first I'm going to make a pit stop at Xanakin Ruins, because that's the only place where I can buy the titanium bangles. The titanium bangles increase a character's max HP. So as you might imagine, I'm going to give those titanium bangles to the Dark Knights, because the more max HP they have after I swap through all their dress spheres, the more damage Charon will do. So I'm just selling everything I have here except for that charm bangle. Exactly 3 gil. You literally have the same amount of gil at that point in the game every run, because you don't fight any encounters And so the amount of gil you get from battles and the accessories you sell is fixed. So first we're just going to go to Besaid, which is literally just one boss, Veil 4. Who apparently all of you loved so much that you named every FF10 Aeon Veil 4. Or Shadowa did, rather.
They're coming, but it's all right. Luckily.
I think I remember that happening during the RPG Limit Break FF10 run last year. All the donors donated for all the Aeons to be named
People in the village will...
Veil 4, except for Ifrit, who, thanks to a certain 10-2 runner's donation, inspired another donor to name Echo 4. That's an example of one of the cutscenes where you literally have to wait for a certain like visual cue before you can skip it. You have to wait for Yuna to actually talk to Shinra before the game will let you skip it. The game will let you pause before then, but it won't let you skip.
Fuck us inside.
Which one? No.
So this, you're gonna, as you're about to see, is the first use of Charon, where I have to swap one character through all of the dress spheres on her one Dark Knight through all the dress spheres on her garment grid, and then we use Charon with that character. But I also have to cast some spells with Pain, because at this point, in fact, with the exception of a few enemies in Kilika in Chapter 3, there is no enemy that has low enough max HP that you can literally just Charon without doing any other damage. So here I just have to cast 2 spells. Also, you'll notice that there was no dress sphere change animation for Yuna going from Gunner to Songstress, and the reason is because we were forced to change from Gunner to Songstress in that tutorial fight in the first mission against LeBlanc, and that's why we actually put Gunner and Songstress on the Downtrotter garment grid, because it allows us to skip one sphere change animation since it was already done. Oh boy. Alright. This can happen, but it just slows you down. As long as Pain doesn't die. Another thing I did for Chapter 3 was I gave Pain one of the titanium bangles. Because right now, we actually don't need to have either Yuna or Riku. Well, actually, we don't need to have Riku with both titanium bangles. We need to have Yuna with both, because she's the one using Charon on the bosses. But in this chapter, Riku is only going to use Charon on a few enemies that we have to fight in Kilika. And with one titanium bangle, she will do enough damage to kill it with Charon. So we give the other titanium bangle to Pain so that she has a little extra max HP in case she gets attacked. Because otherwise she can be one-shot by the bosses. She can still be killed by the bosses, but I don't think she can be one-shot by them as long as she's at max. Except maybe Faraga from Ifrit. Eventually, I will have to equip that other titanium bangle on Riku once it's time for her to start using Charon. Basically, we want Yuna to use Charon on all the Chapter 3 bosses, and then have Riku use Charon on a boss in Chapter 4 and a boss in Chapter 5, so that both Yuna and Riku get enough experience to be level 32 for the Mega Sisters fight. Also, time for another well-designed minigame. What the game wants you to do is time the X button so that you get past this door without getting noticed by the guards, but what would happen if I just pressed X immediately? Oops, I accidentally set the tutorial. Oh, we got noticed, but the game lets us go through anyway.
There's a hidden path.
I think if you actually do that minigame the correct way, you get a garment grid as a reward, but we don't need it. Even if you get noticed, there's like no penalty. There's no fight you have to do. You just go past the guards. So what you need to do to get to the temple is you need to walk on the treetops. But in order to proc the dialogue that allows you to get on the treetops, you have to trigger these 3 short cutscenes where you just see a bunch of guards at gates complaining about not being able to get through. So after I watch the small little cutscene here, that's gonna proc the trigger that lets me get on the vines.
Donna's.
Also, about equipping Pain with the titanium bangle. The reason it's very convenient to do is because usually, and I did get it this run, you will get a charm bangle drop from LeBlanc, Logos, and Ormi in Chapter 2. So you have that spare charm bangle in your inventory that makes it convenient menu-wise, but there is a chance that you don't get that charm bangle drop, and if you don't, a lot of runners will just opt not to do the equip of the titanium bangle on Pain because it's more menuing required, which can make the Chapter 3 fights a little bit more risky. Because it's very important that Pain gets experience. Also, we've got some forced fights against some enemies that will always start the fight casting haste. and that gives us enough time to Charon immediately, which one-hit KOs them. The experience you get from these enemies is so minimal that it doesn't matter which character, Yuna or Riku, gets more experience. Although I guess it's safer to let Riku get the extra just because of how tight her EXP route is, but it's so minimal. You'll also get Phoenix down drops from these enemies. But basically you just kill them with Charon before they can actually do any damage. And then after these... Well, hold on. I'll explain in a second. Because there's another thing I want to mention. Yeah, it's only 60 experience. So after this next force fight, you're supposed to run into the lit pedestals in a certain order. You go to the right first, then the left, and then you go to the top one. It has to be done in that particular order, or else you won't proc the required fights. And when two characters are dead, I have to do a menu to revive them, but I only have to use Phoenix Downs. I don't have to heal, since, as I mentioned, these enemies always start with haste, and we kill them before they can do any damage. Wow, I actually queued a second Charon for some reason. I don't know what I'm thinking. You're only supposed to do that on the double fights, because there are a few, like the one after this is actually going to be against two of them, which is why I actually have to use a Phoenix Down on Yuna here, so that I don't have to go into the menu. And I just learned Black Magic level 3, which means Pain will now cast spells instantly without any casting gauge, because she has Black Magic level 3 plus the ring. It's the fight after this that has two of these enemies, which requires a double Charon. And then after that, we have Freet, the boss. The two things it can do are Meteor Strike and Faraga. So you have to be careful, because we want to make sure that Pain survives for experience. If Pain dies just before the final hit, but you proc the Phoenix Down on her, the Phoenix Down will still go off, and Pain will still get experience. However, she won't get the AP from that fight, which means, which isn't a big deal. What's most important is that she gets the experience, but ideally we would like her to, learn Faraga earlier, at the end. And if she misses some AP, she might not get it until the fight right before the final boss. So I'm just going to Phoenix Down and heal my party members. In this fight, we actually want Pain to specifically cast Blizzard because it has a little more HP than Baleful. So we want to get a little extra damage from Pain spells. And since Ifrit, as you would imagine, is weak to fire, I'm weak to Blizzard because it is a fire enemy. Funny how I said weak to fire. It absorbs fire, but since it's weak to ice, that's what I meant to say. Ooh, it opened with Viraga. Really sucks when Yuna or Riku get hit with an attack while sphere changing, because in Gunner and Songstress they have much less max HP. Well, now I have to queue a Phoenix down. Alright, no AP for Pain from this fight, but she still gets the experience. It's not actually a big deal because she actually learned Black Magic level 3 earlier than normal because of extra spells I casted in earlier fights. So she can still get the early Faraga. But coming up next, we have the next great run killer for PB attempts. Guessing the pedestals. Basically, in order to unlock the path to the next boss, Ixion or Xion, I don't know how you're supposed to pronounce it. There are 5 pedestals that you might remember from the Jose Cloister of Trials in FF10. Basically, the switch to unlock the door to Xion is locked behind one of those pedestals. But locked behind the other 4 pedestals are encounters, which even if you have the Charm Bangle, if you guess wrong, you will get an encounter. The good news is that you can instantly escape from them. Like, they can't really kill you, but what pedestal is correct is completely random. There's no way to manipulate it. So it could take 1 try to get the right one, or it could take 5 tries. So get your guesses in on how many tries it will take for me to get the correct pedestal. It's been a while since I've even seen a message in chat.
Translate. Then that.
I see 2, I see 5. Also, you may notice Shinra running around a bit in this chapter. What he's doing is he's installing comm spheres, which we are going to have to watch a few of them in Chapter 4 to progress the story. Although we're going to only watch the fast ones. Alright. I'm just going to start with the middle. Well, not first try. Not second. Also, don't cheat and make your guess after I've already guessed wrong a few times. Alright, for this boss, I actually have to switch Pain, because this boss is weak to water.
An Aeon?
So, and it's got a lot more HP than the other Aeons, so
Isn't that what they said?
we don't want to just do water, we want to use Wateraga. So we have to switch both Pain and Yuna in this fight. This boss is also pretty fast. You can use Aerospark, which I think cuts HP in half, and it can do attacks pretty quickly, and it can kill Pain if you're not careful.
What's happening?
And it can use Thundara, as you may have just noticed. I'm the right character. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Pain needs to cast 3 spells in order to kill this boss. So luckily she had only casted Wateraga twice before she got killed, because if she had casted it 3 times and got killed right after, and Yuna hit with the boss with the Charon, I wouldn't have had enough time to proc a Phoenix down and revive her, and she would have missed experience. The good news is, unlike focus buffs, once you've switched through an entire garment grid, even if a character gets knocked out, they still get all the benefits of switching through all the nodes. So even if Pain gets knocked out after going through her whole garment grid to get Wateraga, when you revive her, she'll still have Wateraga. But it does go away after each fight.
Another hole. I wonder what's down there.
Go find out.
No way.
Also,
The hole we found.
we got
so deep.
a few unskippable cutscenes coming
All
up,
the secrets in the world might
so it's a
be
perfect
hidden
time for me
upstairs.
to take a bathroom break.
Something told me to stay. Get back! What?
So, I'll be back in a bit.
It is me. Shuyan. I've waited so long. Len.
But I'm not Len.
Len. We disappeared together, but when I awoke, I was alone. I looked for you for so long. While I wandered, I realized something. Spira hasn't really changed at all. Everyone's still fighting over nothing, still dying like they used to. 1,000 years have passed, and they can't leave the hatred behind. I'm through waiting. I'll fix it. This world continues to fail us, and what's worse, I failed to protect you. Vegnagun will make that all go away. And we'll fade again. Together. Help me do it. Len.
Don't touch me. Whose feelings are these? Len's? Mine?
Open your eyes!
The end is not far now.
Give this to Pain. It was all I was able to find.
Yeah, give her this one too.
Huh?
Our wills.
He's kidding. Just make sure Pain gets him, all right?
How do you know her?
The four of us go way back.
Don't go!
It's under control.
Take care of things topside.
I didn't know what had happened. Everywhere I looked, I found only questions. But more than anything, I'm just angry. One thing after another, and I'm already confused to begin with. Hey! Where am I? I'm all alone. Where are you?
So what you just saw there was basically how you are supposed to unlock the good ending of this game. The game gives no hint about that, but basically you have to, in order to actually get even the good ending, let alone 100%, you actually have to press X there 4 times. There's no hint at all. So without a guide, you're not going to find it. It's why you basically can't get 10 to 100% without a guide. Even if you've somehow found everything else in the game through multiple playthroughs and got 100% completion, if you don't do that and get the good ending, you just don't get the perfect ending. So dumb. But the reason why I pressed X once and got the whistle is because it is a little bit faster to whistle once and listen to the small amount of dialogue you get than to not whistle, because if you don't whistle at all, the game makes you wait a while before it proceeds. Don't know exactly how much time it saves, but it saves a little. But here, all we really have right now are a bunch of cutscenes, which I'm not going to bother explaining, because the less said about X-2 plot, the better. But basically, what I need to do now is view 4 comm spheres. The game wants you to watch comm spheres to learn more about what's happening in the world. And if you were doing 100%, you would have to spend a lot of time in Chapter 4 going through comm spheres. Since we're not doing 100%, we don't need to, but in order to proceed with the game, you are required to view at least 4 comm spheres. So we are going to view the 4 fastest ones, because once the game allows you to exit the comm sphere, you can exit. There are 3 comm spheres where you can exit immediately, and then there's one which isn't immediate, but after like maybe 15, 20 seconds, you can exit before there's any dialogue. Once you see the bed in this one, you can exit, and then the other 3 I can exit instantly. This one is actually instant because we sided with the New Yevon in Chapter 2. I don't know if it would be instant if you sided with Youth League, because the comm sphere isn't under the sea. But the one in Bavel is instant regardless of whether you side with Youth League or New Yevon.
Looks like new.
This is the one chapter where the game doesn't actually let you choose where you want to go. There are only 2 locations you can go to physically and not via comm sphere in Chapter 4, and both of them are forced. So Chapter 4 is entirely a story chapter. And first, what we have to do is we have to chase down Tobly here in the Moonflow. So really all this is a bunch of walking around and chasing Tobly. Just a bunch of downtime. Not much else going on. Definitely the most boring part of the run. All you're doing is moving around and skipping through text. There's only one cutscene here in the Moonflow that you can actually skip, and it's the one where you ride the shoe puff. Everything else, all you can do is mash through the dialogue.
Where'd that little ball? Come back!
So basically, we chase him up to where the room before the one with the shoe puff, and then we move back and go all the way back the way we came. And then we have to go all the way back here again. So yeah, just a lot of running around.
No, can't. No, dirt. No.
So basically what's happening is the whole world is kind of arguing with each other. And the best way to settle all the arguments is with a concert. So that's why we're running around the Moonflow chasing down Tobly, because apparently Tobly is very good at setting up concerts.
He said,
Also, for a brief moment, you may have heard that voice actor who might be recognizable to any fans of Futurama. So right there, I just equipped the other titanium bangle on Riku, because now I actually have to start charoning bosses with Riku, since Yuna has missed a lot of experience from bosses. So to balance it out, I'm going to have Riku use Charon on the next 2 bosses. And I also switched Pain to Warrior, because you may have remember me mentioning at the beginning of the run that the reason I kept Pain in Warrior for the Mount Gagazet boss was so that she would learn Sentinel. What Sentinel does is it basically makes the character take 1 damage from any physical attacks. And this next boss primarily uses physicals. And since we don't need to cast any magic with Pain on this boss, it's better to have her in Warrior and use Sentinel so that she doesn't take any of the physical damage. That would probably one-shot her. Well, no, for certain it would one-shot her as a Black Mage. Probably would one-shot her as a Warrior as well.
What are you up to?
If you didn't use it. Doesn't work against magic attacks, though. Magic attacks still do normal damage. And now it's time for the best minigame ever. The dancing minigame, which if you played this, you... Not only did you see how ridiculous it is, but you might have actually had trouble getting the best item. Even though you did everything correctly. But there's a little trick to this minigame you might not know. So yeah, what the game intends for you to do is press the same button that is on Riku's screen. But for some reason, the minigame doesn't actually take points off if you press the wrong button. And I believe it actually gives you more score, even if you press the wrong button. So literally all you have to do to get the best item in that game is press all 4 buttons repeatedly.
Wow, did you write that?
Just use both your thumbs and have each thumb cover 2 of the buttons on the controller and just mash like hell.
I think so. I don't know much about her.
Also, I apologize if I gave anyone a headache.
Her memories keep pouring in. It's like I can feel what she was feeling.
Thus shall Length's scattered thoughts be woven into bittersweet.
But yeah, not the best designed minigame created for a Final Fantasy game.
We'll be arriving soon. After Buddy drops us off.
The item that I get from that, by the way, is the Schmooth Shaling,
You got it.
which is basically Hypello speak. But I actually am going to use that item, that accessory, for one boss in Chapter 5. What it does is it inflicts the wearer with auto slow. But I think it doubles a character's max HP. I don't know for sure if it's double, but it increases a character's max HP at the cost of making them slow. And I am going to be using that for one boss where I don't use Black Mage and instead have Pain equipped with Warrior, so that she has enough HP to survive that boss's attacks. without ever getting killed.
Hello, Galway.
Yeah?
So, we're here in the Thunder Plains, because this is where we're going to have that concert. But before we can have that concert, we got to get rid of a fiend, so that it doesn't kill everyone in Spira. Although it's kind of rare, you can die to this boss if it attacks Riku while she's in Gunner or Songstress, especially if it crits. So I am going to save. But basically, I'm just going to kill this boss with 2 Charons from both Yuna and Riku, although I only have to switch Riku. I don't have to change Yuna's Dress Sphere at all. She will do enough damage with Charon without switching through. But basically, to get enough damage to kill the boss, I have to Charon with both Dark Knights. And I'm going to Sentinel with Pain to make sure she doesn't die.
Isn't this cute?
It's probably safer to go to Songstress first
This is my kind of weapon. Who wants some?
and Gunner second, because Gunner has a little more HP. But I'm not really used to switching Riku left to right or counterclockwise. I have to switch uniclockwise so that I get the sphere change skip for going from Gunner to Songstress, since that's what you had to do in Chapter 1. For Riku, it doesn't matter, but I would have to remember to do Yuna clockwise and Riku counterclockwise if I did that, because even though the game remembers you going one direction, it doesn't remember you going the other.
This armor isn't just for show, you know.
Alright. Pain should always have enough HP to survive a Flame Breath.
them? Yeah.
I'll pick up. The Yemenites are here too?
Hey, you. The traitor was here. He never let these maggots walk. What I want to know is where nudes go.
Alright. Enjoy the concert. Because in this version of the game, it's unskippable.
Using gentle words to shelter me.
Ooh, wow. Whoops. It's one of 2 times when you actually have to select the first option. Because the game doesn't let you go to the deck. The other time you select the first option is because you want to go to the deck. So coming up in Chapter 5, there is this pretty brutal boss rush. One of the most brutal boss rushes you will ever find in a speedrun. Just about any boss in Chapter 5 can kill you. There aren't really any glitches in either version of 10.2. Not that it can really be used in the speedrun.
If you're done playing, let's go.
Chill out.
Lost your nerve?
Hey, we're talking about Vecnagon. How the heck do you fight that thing? We can't even walk up to it without freaking it out.
Or making it mad. But I've got a plan.
Because the bosses are so fast and dangerous, I'm actually going to change the battle speed to slow, because now Pain has instant cast time, so she will be able to cast instantly. So the only time when the slow battle speed will hamper me is when I have to use items with Yuna and Riku, and when I Charon, but it's not really a problem when you have to use Charon, because that's the last command they use anyway. When you have to use it in an item, they have to fill their gauge twice, once to use the item, and then again to get their turn after.
What about the goalies? I think that we should help out.
And I'm probably gonna have to use a lot of items
I want to try talking to
in Chapter 5. I know I will be using items, but it's almost certain I'll have to use extras, because this game is really brutal when it comes to boss RNG, and it's very likely Pain will die at least once. Hopefully, if she dies, it doesn't happen on the Anima fight. But first we have Shiva, who can use Heavenly Strike, which inflicts stop on a character and also reduces their max MP in addition to their max, or not that reduce their max, it reduces their MP in addition to their HP. Their max MP stays the same, but they lose MP in addition to HP. Pain is actually that's another thing that the ring does, is that it makes Pain immune to certain status effects. Ugh. Not pause too early. So basically the game wants you to pick one of 5 paths to reach the final dungeon. We picked the Spacade because it's the default option, and I think it may actually be the fastest. Also, in Chapter 5, I actually can't equip the Charm Bangle for any of the bosses, because I need those accessory slots for other items. Which means I actually have to do menus as I jump to the platforms where the bosses are triggered, so that I can use the Charm Bangle in the areas where I can get the random encounters, but then unequip it when it's time for the boss without getting an encounter on the next step. So you're going to see me on the next menu. I'm going to open the menu when I actually jump to the platform where the boss is. And also, for this next boss, I'm going to equip the Crimson Ring on Pain instead of the Gold Hairpin. Because the Crimson Ring gives her Faraga. And also set her back to Black Mage, because she's still on Warrior. But yeah, she doesn't have Faraga yet, and I want to use Faraga for Shiva because she's weak to fire. And I don't even think Wateraga would do damage to her. Or if I don't know if she absorbs it. Like, she definitely absorbs ice, but I don't know if she absorbs water, if she's just resistant to it. But Faraga, to take a quote from Pokemon, is super effective against Shiva. And with the Crimson Ring on, I don't have to change her Dress Sphere. Alright. If she had to use Heavenly Strike, Yuna's actually the best target for it. Because she's not actually doing... Oh, well that's really bad. Yeah, Pain can die to just one physical attack in this fight. Luckily, she can still target characters under stop status, because unlike other Final Fantasy games, in this game, stop is actually a temporary status, so it doesn't flag you as dead. Alright, okay. Well, she just missed AP. But she still got experience. Sadly, that means that I'm not going to get early Faraga. It halves what? She halves water? Alright. Makes sense. Because she's actually Ice Elemental. Alright. So here I'm just going to equip the Charm Bangle before I take any steps so I don't get an encounter. And I'm going to heal and save at this save point because next up is probably the worst boss of the entire run, the Mega Sisters. Because there are 3 of them, and each Mega Sister actually has 3 different ATB gauges. Kind of like how Necron has those dummy gauges in FF9, but unlike in FF9, where if characters get knocked out, the gauges get the extra gauges get disabled. It doesn't work like that in X2 with the Mega Sisters. I don't think she has Faraga. Nope. So basically, I want to just change everyone as soon as possible so that Pain can cast Wateraga and Yuna and Riku have as much HP as they can for most of the fight. Although, if I can, I want to get Wateragas with Pain before they can cast Not So Mighty Guard, because I want to kill Sandy as soon as possible. Okay, we're good. Was just waiting to see if everyone was full. There's like a brief frame between each sphere change where the gauges move, and they used Not So Mighty Guard immediately. Lovely. It's one of the worst attacks. That's the worst attack that Mindy can use, Passato. It's a gravity attack that can't kill you, but it greatly reduces your HP. So if she uses it on one of the knights, ideally you want to Sharon Mindy with the knight she used it on. Oh gosh. And this is also the first time you're going to see me healing pain not with an item, but with Watera, because it's a spell. Oh, well, I got the extra HP now. And looks like I'm gonna have to cast it again. Alright, I can't talk for this. Alright. Nuts of Mighty Guard also gives them Reagan. So they're actually recovering. Sandy's actually recovering some of the damage I'm doing to her. Basically, I want to kill Sandy with just Wateraga, and then I need to cast 6 Wateragas on Cindy and Sharon with one of the knights. And then Mindy, you Sharon with the other knight. Oh, please don't hit Pain. Well, this is where the fight gets interesting. Because what can happen is, when Pain dies, what you need to do is you need to revive her because she's doing the damage. But then they can just decide to troll and continuously kill Pain before you have an opportunity to heal. Also, Pain, even with the gold hairpin, does not have enough MP to cast all the spells she needs to use in this fight. So at some point in the fight, I'm going to have to use MP Absorb. In fact, I think you have to use it twice. And when that happens, the MP Absorb, unlike her spells, isn't instant. There's actually charge time for it. Plus, there's charge time after she absorbs. And so, that gives them more time to get attacks off. Alright, I'm in the menu for her, so I can just change to Watera. And now I have enough for one more. Alright. Target. Pain. Oh boy. Come on, just get the MP Absorb off before you get killed. Ooh. I think that was a miss. Well, actually, there's no charge time at all after MP Absorb. It's just items that have both gauges. MP Absorb just has the one charge gauge. So the reason I'm getting so many spells off is because Pain now has no charge time. And using the ATB wait, I'm pausing the boss's ATB during the casting animations. So I can just immediately go into a submenu after queuing Wateraga. And then right after the damage numbers disappear, instantly queue the next. I'd really like to kill her before I have to absorb MP again. Come on. Okay, we got her. I'm actually gonna cast another spell on Pain, just to be safe. Three, 4. Once you've casted it 4 times, you can cue the Charon, and then just cast the remaining amount of spells with Pain, as long as Pain is at full health, which she is. First try. Now, normally in a PB attempt, instead of going back to the save sphere, you would use a Turbo Ether and Phoenix Downs and High Potions to heal your party. But since this is a marathon, I'm going to save before the next boss. And so all I have to do is re-equip the Charm Bangle, because the save sphere will do the rest. And unfortunately, you literally have to walk all the way back. At least you can save before the next boss. The next boss, much like the Magus Sisters, can just kill you if he wants to. Oh. You know what I didn't do? Very important. We'll learn Faraga. So yeah, since Pain didn't survive 2 bosses, she didn't get enough AP to learn Fira during the Shiva fight, or by the end of the Shiva fight, and thus I couldn't start learning Faraga until now, which is what we're going to use for the final boss. Since with Faraga equipped, I won't have to change Pain's dress sphere at all. But since I didn't get Fira learned earlier, I'm not going to be able to instantly cast Faraga for the boss before. So this is Anima. And what he can do is, he can use, most of his attacks are magical. He can use this regular attack, and then he can also use Pain, which inflicts curse status. Alright. Ooh. Focus fire on Pain. But basically, Pain does a lot of things. It inflicts curse, it inflicts silence, it reduces magic damage, all of which can be a problem. Curse is a problem. Oh, and it prevents you from using any commands. Also, I have to focus 3 times to be able to do enough damage to this boss. And if it kills Pain before I can finish focusing... Oh, wow, I didn't do the last focus. Alright. I don't think I'm getting the skip now. No big deal. I'll just change her to Warrior. So basically, you have to focus 3 times on this before this boss to get Pain's magic damage high enough that she can do the damage necessary so that Yuna and Riku kill the boss with Charon. And if it uses Pain, you actually have to cast an extra spell, assuming you don't die, because it reduces her magic damage. It also inflicts silence, so you have to remedy her. And to be able to use any commands, you have to change her dress sphere. Same thing with Yuna and Riku, although all you have to do for them is change their dress sphere, since silence doesn't affect them. But what I'm going to do is, after I'm done casting Wataraga, I'm actually going to switch Pain to Warrior and use Sentinel, because in all likelihood, this boss is going to use Oblivion, which you might remember was its overdrive in FF10. And if Pain doesn't have Sentinel on, she dies, and it's game over. Okay. Alright, it didn't use it on Yuna, and I'd already queued the command with her. So we're good to go. As long as you've queued the Charon when it uses Pain, it doesn't matter. Nice, I got the skip. But yeah, I actually skipped Oblivion there. I was surprised because I didn't think I queued the focuses fast enough, but basically if it uses Oblivion, the only way you can survive is if Pain has Sentinel on. Kind of wish I had left Pain on Black Mage, because she would have gotten extra AP for Faraga, but it probably doesn't matter anyway. She's still not getting it. Before the final boss. Or before the boss before the final boss. So I'm actually going to heal at that save sphere, because if I get hit by the gate on the next screen, it triggers an encounter with a really dangerous enemy that even the Charm Bangle doesn't prevent. And if Pain's the only character alive, I probably wipe before I can escape. Ooh, I got past it. It's not the only gate, though. But yeah, if you run into that electric gate, you get an encounter with an enemy that kind of looks like Nemesis. And now for 2 more mini-games, both music-related. Basically, what you have to do is you have to enter certain keys on this keyboard in a certain order. The game hides the hints to what the right keys are on certain platforms in the dungeon. Like, basically, like, there are these little platforms where if you stand on them, it'll play, like, a note and say what the key is. Although I think all it tells you is what the correct keys are. I don't think know if there's actually a hint that tells you what the right order is. There might be something that kind of plays the melody out. There is on the next part where you have to jump on certain platforms in a certain order. Like, there's this thing where you can actually, like, listen to the sound and know how it's supposed to sound, and then you jump around on the platforms and you make it sound correctly. Like, you have to jump on the platforms in the right order so that the sound when you go to the gate is the same as the sound that is played if you talk to the little, like, satellite thingy that I'm gonna skip.
Hey, you should think about it. You know you won't.
But yeah, the game doesn't really do a good job helping you with this. And if you enter the notes or jump on the platforms incorrectly and attempt to go to the gate, you get an encounter with one of the hardest enemies in the entire game. Like, it's harder than most of the optional bosses. Not something that we would be able to kill in a speedrun, at least on this version and this category. If you're running 100% or if you're running the Japanese version, you can actually skip all the music minigames and just kill the enemy using catnip and trigger happy, but we don't have catnip and trigger happy, so we can't kill those things. So we have to make sure we do this correctly. Luckily, the game allows you to reset it if you do it incorrectly by talking to the satellite, or in the case of the pianos or the organs, you just exit and then retry it. And I believe the game allows you to escape the encounter if you get it.
What happened? She's inside. Well, wait. Your captain and your...
Yeah, I pressed X there, and if you press X on that, it plays out the tune how it's supposed to be. But you can exit using square. I'm gonna pick up these Mega Phoenixes, even though I probably won't need them. Because actually, I have a lot of Phoenix Downs, and if you have enough, it's faster to revive your party members with normal Phoenix Downs than to use the Mega Phoenix, just because of how far down the item menu the Mega Phoenixes end up. Also, I hope you all like speeches, because Yuna's about to make a long one. And you can't skip through it. Even on the HD version, this is a bathroom break.
I have a plan.
Because you cannot skip Yuna's speech.
His body will be useless, but if we're lucky, he won't die. Shuyan will abandon Barreleye, and then he'll come back for me.
What then?
I will die. My body has already been wrecked. I'm taking Shuyan with me.
Nuge.
But you're our captain.
Exactly.
I don't like your plan. It sucks. Your plan is awful. Think about it. It's no different than what we did 2 years ago. We destroyed our own allies. We destroyed the Aeons who had fought together with us at our side. We didn't have a choice then. We believed that was the only way we could save Spira. Do you know what it felt like to watch them die? Right before my eyes. It was the only thing we could do. It was the only choice we had. I gave in, I accepted, I believed. I allowed it to be true. I thought I'd be able to go through with it without ever doubting myself. But it hurt so much.
Forgive us.
Everyone was so happy. Great job, Yuna. You did it. You saved us all. There were too many smiles to count. And I know that I was smiling too. But now, when I look back, the people who should be here aren't. The ones who should be smiling with me aren't here.
We had no choice.
We had no choice. Always we had no choice. Those are our magic words. We repeat them to ourselves again and again, but you know, the magic never worked. The only thing we're left with is regret.
Yuna, I'm sorry.
I don't want this anymore.
Are you done yet?
I don't want friends to die.
Nope.
Or fade away. I don't want battles where we have to lose in order to win.
Still not done.
Nuge, I know that what you say is what you need to do. Give me your resolve. Believe in Yuna.
Finally.
So you're...
That's plan B. Hey, Reed, no matter how monstrous it is, so we can take it.
You never used to be the... Love.
And I never was the way like
Vecnagon can be just one.
Cause Pete.
Right. Everyone. It looks like we can stop.
What about
Plan.
So before I do the final boss rush, I'm just going to go back and save one more time. Because you can go back to the save sphere if you backtrack. After that, first we have the tail fight, which will start the battle every time with an AoE attack that always kills Pain. It's for that reason that I wanted to get the Mega Potion from Logos, although even if I had not gotten the Mega Potion, I could have used one of my Mega Elixirs, which you get as guaranteed boss drops. But then that means I would have had to use some high potions in one of the menus instead, which is a little bit slower. But since I did get the Mega Potion, I can use that in one of the fights to heal. After that, we have the leg. Well, first for the tail, what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically use the normal strategy of switching Pain through her garment grid and then casting Water Aga enough times that Yuna and Riku can kill it with Charon. For the tail, you need to cast Water Aga 8 times total, but for the hold on, before I forget. Also, I have to change Pain back to Black Mage. But yeah, for the tail, you have to cast it 8 times, but for the core and the head, you have to cast it 9 times. You also have to focus twice to get the right amount of damage for all those fights. But for the leg, you don't have to cast magic at all. You just Charon the leg with Yuna and Riku after switching them.
Ready? Let's kick some tail.
So this attack is going to kill Pain, so I'm going to revive her and use a Mega Potion. And then I'm just going to heal Yuna or Riku with a high potion, whichever one gets attacked. Oh, I haven't switched them yet. No big deal. You actually do want to use the focuses before switching your characters so that you have time to use that high potion. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oops, since I have the extra turn, I'm just gonna heal. See, that boss always drops a Mega Elixir, which I use to heal in between fights. Also, it's very important that I equip Pain with her accessories before healing the party, because this is where I'm actually going to use that smooth shailing that I got for doing that winning that ridiculous dancing minigame. I'm also going to equip the Moonbracer, which I think also increases her max HP. It does something. But I'm going to equip those two accessories and set Pain to Warrior so that she has more HP for the next fight. Because I'm not going to be casting any magic with her. So I just want her to survive all the attacks. And the nodes can use a lot of attacks. You also got to be very careful with ATBs. Like, you don't want to stay idle for too much in this fight, because if you do, it's possible that Pain could die and you could game over. Like, you don't want to use Sentinel, because the only attack that Sentinel will protect her from is Dice Iris. I forget how, I don't know how it's pronounced, but there's only one physical attack they can do, and it barely does any damage, even when she doesn't have Sentinel. So it's not worth it. It's not worth giving the boss and its nodes more ATB, because since there are 4 targets, each target has its own ATB gauge, so it can use multiple attacks. So we want to change Yunin, Riku, and Sharon with them ASAP. And hopefully get good ATB with them. Alright. It's good enough. Alright. I think the green node may only be able to use white magic. So now I have the final menu where I just set Pain back to Black Mage and equip the gold hairpin and ring. And that'll do it the rest of the game. Also, you notice I'm not re-equipping the charm bangle between fights. That's because you can't get random encounters in this area, since it's basically a boss area. So for this next fight, you only have to kill the core. However, I am going to kill the right arm, because the right arm can cast Shell on the core, which will reduce the amount of damage Wataraga does, because Shell halves magic damage. So I want to kill that right arm even before using Focus, because we already have to take a little bit of time to switch Pain through her garment grid so that she can cast Wataraga. So they're already going to get some ATB, and thus I've got to make sure that as soon as Pain can cast Wataraga, that I kill that arm before it can cast Shell in the core. And then from there I just cast Wataraga and Sharon.
This thing just keeps on taking
We'll finish it.
Oh, yeah. Am I been calling it Water? It's Waterga. Right.
It's so big. Woohoo! No more climbing.
Could you please focus?
This time the legs are just a distraction. You know where to strike.
Also, another annoying thing that can happen in these final bosses is sometimes you get random dialogue from 3 voices you might recognize from FF10. Like, sometimes you'll randomly just get dialogue at the start of the fight. And when that dialogue is happening, you can't take any actions. ATB doesn't move. So it just wastes time. Dang it. Okay.
Forget the small fights. Go for the core. The core's your target.
1. Oh. I have to focus her first. Oh. Well, it didn't matter anyway because she got petrified. And Petrify removes focus buffs. Yeah. One. Oh, I keep forgetting. I'm gonna count that as 1 spell. Better not make this mistake on the next fight. 2. Alright. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. Alright. So for this next fight, the game actually forces you to kill both arms before you can target Vegnagun's head. And if you don't do any damage to the head before it revives the arms, you have to kill the arms again. But if you damage the head before it revives the arms, you can keep damaging it. I want to kill one of the arms as fast as possible, because when both arms are active, it can use a pretty dangerous attack that can one-shot Pain if it targets her, and it can one-shot Yuna or Riku if they are in a dress sphere other than Dark Knight.
What now?
Usually I would have Faraga by this point, and I wouldn't have to change Pain at all. I could just change Yuna and Riku while Pain is focusing after the first arm is dead. Because you actually have to focus before targeting the left arm, since the left arm has shell status.
Finished indeed.
But you can kill the right arm without focus. So I have to take out the right arm first, then focus Pain twice, and then take out the left arm. And then I can target the head. And you gotta do this as fast as possible, because there's this script where throughout the fight, Shuin will say some things and if the fight goes too long, Shuyin will have Vegnagun use an attack that just annihilates Pain. And if that happens, not only do you game over, but you get the bad ending. Where Vegnagun just destroys the whole world. Also, before finishing the head, I'm actually going to take out the right arm a second time, because otherwise the right arm at the end of the fight will use an attack that damages Pain. And if Pain's not at full health, it can kill her. And even if Pain is at full health, it's faster to kill it, that arm, than to let the attack happen. But here I have to focus.
Julian! It can't end like this. I'm getting ticked off.
Come, Vegnagun. Let us purge this repulsive world.
One. And I should learn Faraga in this fight. If not, it's gonna make the final boss more risky. And I could die if I don't get it. 3. 4. 5. 6. Okay, I got it. 7.
And now begins.
That a girl. The tides are turning.
That's the random dialogue I was talking about. Just waste time. Alright. So this, yeah, the left arm just reduces MP. The right arm reduces HP. And she has just enough MP to take out one of them. But now that Pain finally has Faraga learned, for the final boss, I don't have to switch Pain's dress spheres at all. I can just instantly cast Faraga. Which is very important, because you can die to the final boss. The final boss follows an attack pattern. It's choreographed. Shuyin will start with a physical attack on a random party member, and then Shuyin will use Terror of Zanarkand, which, if you played FF10, is basically the same as Blitz Ace. It's a single target attack that, if it hits Pain, is guaranteed to kill her, and if it hits Yuna or Riku when they're not in Dark Knight, will also kill them. So we want Terror of Zanarkand to hit Yuna or Riku after they've gone through all their dress spheres and have their max HP, because they have enough HP to survive it. If Shuyin kills Pain, it can be very hard to come back from, because next Shun will use another physical attack, and then the next thing Shun will use is Slice and Dice, or that's what it's called in FF10. It's called a Hit and Run in this game, which is an AoE physical attack. However, Slice and Dice, or Hit and Run, if Pain has Sentinel in Warrior, she'll take 1 damage because it's physical. That doesn't work for Terror of Zanarkand because that's a magic attack. So after we've casted Faraga with Pain 4 times, I'm going to switch her to Warrior and have her use Sentinel so that she can't die to a physical attack. The rest of the pattern is another physical, then Spin Cut, which is another physical, except it's single target. And then, if it goes long enough that he uses 4 physical attacks, the next attack is Force Rain, which is an AoE magic attack, which is guaranteed to kill Pain. And if you know that's going to happen, then you got to make sure you don't cue the Charons before he uses it. It's also why I picked up those Mega Phoenixes. But basically, it's 4 Faragas, switch Pain to Warrior, Sentinel, and then Charon to kill.
We can finally fade together.
Hopefully I get good ATB. Because if you don't, he can use Terror of Zanarkand before you even finish changing Yuna and Riku. And that could be bad.
Wait.
And hopefully he doesn't kill Pain.
Don't get it, do you?
Oh, that is not good ATB. I'm already overestimate. Don't make me redo all this.
Don't worry, I brought enough bullets for everyone.
I'm not going to cast any more Faragas until I've changed with the other characters, because I don't want Shun to get any more ATB. First one was fine because they got bad ATB to begin with. Alright. Safe now. That's 2. 3. 4. Might be able to change her before. Nope. Alright, hopefully this doesn't target Pain. I got enough spells at least. Alright, we're good to go. Once I change Pain to Warrior and use Sentinel, all I have to do is Charon. Yeah. So now Pain's protected from his attacks. And time's coming up soon. After the second Charon.
Share my despair.
And he got hit and run off. But Pain has Sentinel, so she's safe. It doesn't do much damage to the Dark Knights. Didn't even hit her. And time. $423 flat. Just think, if I hadn't made that mistake in Chapter 2,
Don't try to tell me you understand.
which cost me like 20 minutes, we would be quite a bit ahead of schedule.